Welcome everybody here to Fairview Snooker Club. We're live here for the big match between George Tierney and Shaun Sharkey, both players playing off scratch. It's a money match and the pot is 30,000. We will confirm the actual off price before we start. It's a race to 25. The boys will like to break. We're just waiting for Shaun to arrive. He has been here. So the match will start any minute. We'll keep you posted. Your referee today is Brian Mack. Thank you very much, Brian. So we're here in the Fairview Snooker Club, the home of Terry Rogers. George has been keeping active on the money matches over the last few weeks. This is his third week in a row. Two weeks ago, winning the big pot of 80,000. Last week, unlucky to Mick Folan, given a handicap of 15, which is massive, and was unlucky, so he'll want this one. Both players will want this, of course. Any money match, anybody wants to win. We'll be back to you in a few moments before the boys lag. So here we are, lads. The boys are lagging. The pot has now been set at €32,000. George wins the lag, and Brian Mack is your referee. George Tierney to break. Not a nice lie on the white to start. Just hit a toothpick, sliced off the red. We have Shaun Sharkey coming to the table from Donegal, Irish international and world rules, which has now changed to the international rules. So definitely knows how to play pool, and definitely knows how to play money matches. If we all remember last month, these two boys were at it. This is a second time. A good straight pot from Sharkey, missing the jaws straight into the middle of the pocket, and the reds are looking nice here for he's looking at the middle ball up the top of the table. Mark McKay in the background there, George's manager. In the background to the left, sorry, in my background. But he's off to the side, he's watching on. We have Terry Rogers in here as well, and a few regular pool sharks that are in it to watch the early frames. I'm sure it'll pick up on the attendance later on, especially with the match, which is 3 o'clock, I believe, start that other sport. Just wanted to drop that so that he could take the next red and leave the white down on the top rail so that he could come up at that last red, but missed that by a good inch and a half. Didn't leave much on now. Unless he can, he can actually get through to that. So this could be a bit of damage. Oh, both players are a wee bit fuzzy at the start. Maybe there's a bit of nerves on both sides. Yeah, very clever shot from Shaun. He was looking at a double when he played the previous shot, but decided that he had a nice angle to come up the back of the red. For those unaware of these rules, we are playing a skill shot, so a skill shot means once you pot your own ball, you can also pot an opponent's ball. But you cannot attempt to pot the opponent's ball without potting your own. That would be seen as a deliberate foul and a loss of a frame. But it's a good start from Shaun Sharkey, and he takes the first scrappy frame. Big thank you to our sponsors, Just Missed. Check them out at puffbars.com. Shaun breaking off, and looks like a dry break. Yeah, dry break. So Georgie has a chance to redeem himself here. These players know how to shrug off the nerves. I don't think there's any nerves in either of them. It's too early for that. These boys have been in this situation many a time, and they'll just like to get themselves into a rhythm. They'll know that will come at time, and the quicker that they can get into the rhythm will be the more success they'll have on the day. So it's up to them to stay relaxed, not let anybody annoy them, sit in their corner and stay the way they are. A nice open table here. A wee bit of a bother at the red on the left hand side, but he has a couple of shots that he can play the white over onto the left rail. He's looking to move it now. He's going to try and double it, which I think might not be the best shot because he has other options, but George is the man playing for the money, not me. So, and the reason that he's playing for the money is because he can see colours. I thought that he was on the reds. That's what happens when you look away for 2 seconds. Apologies. Wants to play the white in between the black and the red, possibly hitting the black so they can come up for the top yellow. Leaving a bit of work here because the white needs to be on the right hand side of the table. Shake of the head there. I don't think that black goes into the middle, or maybe it's just so tight that he is not sure. He played that well. If he's going to take the black up into the top corner, he played that very well. Yeah, good judgment. It's always better to look for your next shot to be the simplest shot, and the black was, as you can see there, just a small roll in, but it was the shot before that that got him onto the black. So the less movement on the white, the better. Tippy tappy is the best way to go. So we're matched early on. It's 1-0. George won the lag, so George will break. A good run out there from the Sterling Hunter. Nice wee breaking dish. And it will be Sharkey up now. White just travelled a wee bit too far to make it the bridging a wee bit tougher. Which made him miss the pot. Actually thought he was bridging pretty nicely, but jumped up off the shot as he took it. Might have been an issue. Red travelled down to block that yellow. Some more work to be done here before it finishes. much on. Might be able to take this down the rail, but he's not going to leave himself much of a next shot. Two shots for Shaun Sharkey. He'll have an open table here, meaning he can hit any of the balls on the table. He can pot an opponent's ball. The only ball he can't pot is the black. And then on the second visit, that's his, in a sense, first shot on his own colour. He must hit his own colour in the second shot. No problems here now. Black will easily go into the middle, so it's just a matter of controlling the white here. Get it as close enough to the red or close enough to the yellow side of the red. And we can see now after the first 4 frames the calibre of these players. Although there's been a few misses, it's early days yet and these boys haven't warmed up. This will be a cracker. George Tierney to break. Very solid break, but nothing went. Might have been a jump on the white when it hit the rack, but it was a good split in all. The second half of Folan match, George found it very hard to pot off the break. In the first half of that match he was potting off every break, so hot and cold moments. Opting for the yellows, having the bottom left pocket tied up, and was happy just to take his balls out into play. Always puts more pressure on the incoming player, knowing that in this case, if Shaun was to get back to the table, he could easily clean these up. Tried to be a wee bit clever there. Didn't work out too bad because now Shaun has a yellow tied up on the left side. So the ball was touching. In this case, when you play away, you have already hit your red, but you must still hit a cushion. So George played down just to play the cushion. And Shaun is not happy that the ref will now call another touching. So again, playing onto the yellow there. The yellow will be the second ball that he has made contact with. Oh, brilliant shot. Playing the angles there. Would have liked a better lie, but he has a wee double on here. He's going to attempt. Bit fortunate where the white lies, but the red to the very left will pot. might travel to be a bit far there, close to the knuckle as well, which will be an awkward bridging. But all he needs to do is put a wee bit of top left spin to take the white down the table on the left hand side. Would like the white to stop in the middle of the table on the left hand side. So George takes advantage of that miss and puts himself 3-2 ahead. Shaun's up now to break. So yeah, just a wee bit overly scrappy today. Early, very early, as we know. But once they keep one on one, or within a frame or two of each other, it'll be a very interesting day. Good smash. Most important part of the game, I believe. If you can't break, you're going to be giving your opponent a massive advantage to pick what colour he wants to be on. So not only do you lose a turn, you also lose your colour. Balls were all looking very nice there until that shot. Very close to this yellow. Won't be much of a problem, but you'll leave the white where the yellow is. Persistent. Gave out to himself after the second shot and made up for it. I noticed that in the last two games with George as well. He's been more harsh on himself for the small wee mistakes that he's making. And when you can see it on his face when he's at the table, you know obviously that he's saying it to himself in his head. He's not just doing it just for people to be looking at him. It's one thing about George I've noticed is that he doesn't care who else is in the room. He concentrates on himself and he does his work. So being harsh on yourself can be good in a sense. Cut out those needless mistakes. You know. Early in the match, it's 4-2 to George, and it's George Tierney to break. Unlucky not to even clip the side of the red. A lot of work to do now. And the last red actually makes it a bit more difficult for Tierney. Asking for a total here. Looks like a total. And it is a total. White ball is touching the yellow. Would have had to play away from it anyway, but it will be an awkward shot. He'll have to bridge over the first ball. And the referee will be like a hawk on this shot. Nicely weighted shot. He has the middle red down the bottom of the table, so there's no total this time. Finished by George, taking the score up to 5-2. So the pot that the boys are playing for is a total of 32,000, 16,000 each side. George pulling a wee bit ahead there now over the last couple of frames. We were on 2-2. He's won the last 3 frames. It's Shaun to break here now. Both players are checking every break, making sure the balls are tight to one another. A small gap between the first 3 balls will deaden the impact of the break, which will, well, it's not what any player wants. Shaun using a cup break where he's actually striking the second ball from the top. George flying around the table here. None of the shots were overly hard, but there's definitely no slow. Stretching out the lead now. 6-2. Boys will be back into the arena now in a couple of seconds, just taking a short break after the 8th frame. Big thank you to our sponsors today, Just Missed. For all your vape needs, you can check them out at puffbars.com. My name is Barry Keane. I'm here with RedDishTV providing the stream. We're here on Beard Productions pay-per-view. Thank you very much everybody for tuning in. The proceeds from today's stream will go towards a charity in relation to the players. I'll have more information for you on that as the game goes on. Players will be back into the arena now in the next minute or two. Just slice that red enough to push it to the rail, and it won't go in the middle now. It's nearly sitting on the side of the rail that double's not possible. It's hard to tell exactly whether it's on the curl. If it's on the curl, it should go in, but must be looking to play this down the rail. Very tight on the white. Has to go forward spin. Any back spin will take it into the pocket. Just too close to the pocket. I think it was slightly on the curl of the knuckle, which would have stopped the double, and nicked it out on that shot. Big chance here for Shaun to club out one back. He needs to get a frame now. It's 4 in a row for Tierney. Shaun just not taking his chances. Didn't want it close to the yellow, won't have a problem, but it will annoy him in the back of his head. (7-2) to the Sterling Hunter, or in today's case, the Euro Hunter. Boys playing for €32,000. A race to 25, so we have a long way to go. But any lead is a good lead in a game like this, and George will definitely be happy with a 5-rack lead. It's Shaun Sharkey to break, the Donegal man. Another white in off the break, another disastrous break in the terms of Sharkey. Not happy with that. And again, one of the most important shots of the game is the break. What's even worse about an in-off is you get to place the white, so after this top red there's not much really in the way for George. I'm not sure he needed to do that at all. Just a wee bit of top spin would have let both of those reds go into the middle, and now he can still hit the first red into the middle, but it's a slice, and he's going to have to try and hold by hitting the other yellow on the right cushion. Didn't know he could get around that. Fair play to him. He was giving out when he got up after looking. And there's no problem balls now. Not happy with the speed of the table. Peace seems to say it's too fast. Shaun seems to say it's too slow. So again, in my book, that's nerves. Yeah, no problems on the black, just more being concerned. But he won't be concerned about the score now. Stretching it on. 6 frames in a row from George. And it's his break. Players are fully in the right to ask the referee to re-rack, because normally in any game it's the players rack their own balls. Because we have a referee, he does the racking for the players, and it's up to the players to have it perfect. Good smash by George, putting one in the middle. Yellow ball down, reds look very nice. No problems here for George. Maybe tracking down to the black might be a problem, but he's got loads of space for both pockets. Yeah, he'll probably look to play the black into the bottom right from the left-hand side of the middle of the table. Another black dropped by George Tierney. Bringing the score up to 9-2. Stretching his streak to seven racks in a row now. We're here at the Fairview Snooker and Pool Club in Dublin, the home of Terry Rogers. This money match is for €32,000. Blackball rules, and we're on a race to 25. George looking to be the first of the two players to get to double figures, and it's Shaun to break here now. Changed up his break. He went for the front ball, hit it very sweet, and just very unlucky for the white to go straight back into the middle. First shot is open table, so this shot here chooses the red balls. Too far again. All of George's shots that he's not happy with is running too far. But he has the caliber to be able to rectify that. Again, he knows the table more than anybody else. It's his home table, and he has been practicing on it before, so I can't say that it's a faster table than what he expected. It must be something in the back of his head. It can always be good to keep yourself wary. It's been good for George so far, and he takes the score up to 10-2. George gets the double figures before Shaun. Black drops, so it will be a re-rack. It's more of a sporting move. The players seem to say that potting the black on the break is just pure random. It's pure chance. So due to the pure chance, they just re-rack. Down goes to white. And a massive split as well. Look where the balls are. Right side, the bottom right side, with the yellow and the red close to each other. That's the key one. And that's probably what he'll play on to now. He has an open table here, so he can hit the red and pot the yellow and then decide on a second shot what he wants to be on. But that's the problem area. And I think he'll take it and try and go for yellows. You know, yeah. Very clever, because he leaves the two reds now on the rail, so he's going to take the yellows here, and there's nothing really in his way to finish this. He needs to slow himself down and be sure. Unlucky for Sharkey. Making hard work of his last ball and leaving George open. George stretches it out again. 11-2. Took that nicely down the rail there. Gives himself a good chance here. He can just pot this with a tiny bit of top spin. Make sure he avoids the red or slices the red even. Yep. Not a great lie on the white, but he'll be okay. Problem to the left rail. Very well judged to perfection, leaving the white perfect. Won't want this white to move at all. Yeah, good shot. And he stretches it out again. It's 12-2. 12-2 to George. 10 frames in a row. Massive. George will break here as well. On fire, so he is. But we will remember that what happened the last time. George is a second half man. Or sorry, Sharkey is a second half player. And no mountain is too big to climb. Will be an interesting frame. Might choose the yellows and just not touch that pocket. But it could lead into a bigger problem in the future. However, is he looking at the yellow straight down into the red? Because that black won't go near our pocket. No, he's going to leave it. So George on the yellows here. Wants to hit the red with a tick so that it hits both the black and the yellow at the same time. Looking very closely at that pocket, which means that it does go. It's whether it's easy or not is the thing. Good decision making from George, the way he got himself out of that, and everything looks hunky-dory from now. Yeah, you can see that he has controlled his white speed. He is slightly under hitting now, which is obviously from over hitting earlier on, so he is trying to calculate the difference. It's working for him anyway at the minute. It's 13-2. Shaun picked up a very important frame there. George to break. Had an in-off on the last one, Willie. And it was an in-off into the top right. Time for Shaun to make a move now. He can't let this go any further ahead of him. Good starting shot. confident shot. Not many problems. A bit of trouble up in the top left, but he should be okay with that. Very good shot. Judged that very well. I think he was a wee bit lucky to hit the other yellow. He was coming off the cushion anyway, but it turned out very nice. Just a bit of backspin here to get the black down into the bottom right. It's a different game now. 2 racks in a row for Shaun, and although he's a bit behind, he has made the start to his comeback. 13-4. Welcome back. For those who have just joined, it's Shaun to break. He's 13-4 down. He's won the last 2 racks, so he's back on form of pot and blacks, but a lot of work to do for him to catch up. Nothing down again. Breaks letting him down today big time. We're here in the Fairview Snooker and Pool Club in Dublin. This is a race to 25. Money match between the lads in Blackball, and it's a pot of €32,000. George playing on reds here now. Not happy with that, he wasn't. I thought that was going to be a frame. Needs to capitalise here, can't make any mistakes. Needs to settle himself down and run these out. That's a very good shot. I think he actually might have wanted to play the yellow onto the red there to try and knock it out. It was too precise. Yeah, and he needs to hit it a wee bit harder as well. This can't just be rolled in because he needs to get it out of the way. That's a very good shot. At least he got the black out. I think he's still blocked, but he can get it up into the top right if he plays his cards right. And that's what he's looking at there now. Yeah, he played them out well. Knew he had a few chances to knock the red. And he'll be happy with this now because he knew there was a possibility of him having to sit back down. But a big change to the match now, and Shaun has three racks in a row. (13-5). It'll be George Tierney to break here now. Referee will be just back in the arena in a second, just taking a bathroom break. So it started off a frame apiece until we got 2-all, and then George went on a rampage, 13-2. And now Sharkey has taken the last 3 racks to bring it to 13-5. It's George to check the balls. He's happy. George's break. Red ball down. Might choose yellows because of that. Yep, chose the yellows because of the red in the bottom left here towards us. Gives him a bit of safety. Nothing overcomplicated here. Bring it over to the left side of the table. Well, keep it in the center. A much needed frame from George's box after Sharkey got back into it there, but it's 14-5 now. Chose to go back to the cut break there and didn't get any luck with it. And the balls are very well spread out too. Yeah, very little movement on the white, which is massive when you want to look for control. You'll have to spin this back, but and again, minimum white. Very nice frame from George. Big frame from George to get two in a row now to take the score to 15-5. George to break with a 10 frame lead. Another white down off a break. Incredible. I suppose when you hit the balls harder, like these players do, there's more chance of it from losing the control of it. But it's a big part of the game. So Shaun has ball in hand here. He can put it wherever he wants. He has an open table on the first shot. And on the second shot, he'll then decide what colour he wants to be on. All pretty routine from here. Not sure if... Sure if he's coming for the middle pocket next. Doesn't want to have to try the double, the two yellows to the right. But he's looking at it this long that he has to try. Yeah, very well played. It takes away the risk of the double now. So we can concentrate on just these two simple pots. unlucky to have been so close to the black. That was the problem. Good shot. Unlucky that he had to be so close to the rail, but it's an easier red, so he won't be worried about it. And he played that well because he can come back now to the right cushion. Doesn't have to do much work. Finished up to make it 16-5 to George Tierney now. Another dry break from Sharkey. Just got round that black. Playing very, very well, George is. Playing very, very, very well. Making it 17-5, and he'll be break next again. Another bad break from Sharkey. Both players have had some bad breaks today, and it makes it very, very easy for the incoming player to get to pick the ball colour and choose, or to choose. Another in off. Straight into the pocket from the backspin off the break. Choosing the red balls. Nothing really troubling here. It's just a matter of staying patient and Shaun bringing his scoreline up to 6. 17-6 to George. Good split. I see the players talking to each other there. I think they were deciding on their midway break. I think they said there's 3 more frames to play. It hadn't been decided earlier, so they've only just decided it now. I will confirm after this frame. So that would mean 26 frames played, and we will go to an interval. So 3 more frames to play, and Sharkey needs to win that 2-1 at least. He's on a good start now to get the first one, but he needs to bring this score line up to at least 8 before half time. Wee bit of space between the ball and the cushion. It should be an easy drop. Yeah, and this is the start of it. Sharkey gets another one to bring the score back down to the difference of 10. It's 17-7. Okay, so actually this is the last frame before the break. So very important for Shaun, if he has a chance on the table, to take it out. George had 2 in-offs on the last 2 breaks, so he'll be looking to rectify that. Big smash and nothing down. And this is a massive chance now. Going into the break, a player always wants to have had 2 or 3 good last frames. The last 2 or 3 frames before the interval are very important, because you're going away for half an hour and all you're thinking about is your match, and all you're thinking about is, now I'm back in it, now I'm back in it. Whereas as the opposite, if you lose your 2 frames before your break, you're not going to enjoy your sandwich anyway. Bit of trouble on the right side, but he has options. He's the one down the rail, which might be able to clear out a bit of space. Oh, he took that well. Very nice shot. Now he has a chance to go down that rail, although I think it's too straight for him to do any damage into the 2 yellows. Played that shot actually. Good shot. Good shot. Couple of a problem ball on the left behind the red. And the yellow beside the middle pocket is very, very tight. I don't think this double is on. It will pot by coming up the rail, but I think the 2 balls are too close to each other for a cannon. Oh, he took that very well. Would have probably rather it stay on the table, but it doesn't matter. And now he can hit the inside yellow first. Oh, the bobble. Wow. Didn't go in. It didn't drop and hit out. It literally ran around the juggle. So just didn't hit it perfect, and that's because he punched it to bring the ball back, the white ball back. Huge, huge opportunity here now for Shaun to bring it back. well taken. Oh, he'll take that. Very nice shot. A well taken finish, and he's happy with that too. Takes the score line back down to a difference of 9. A big finish to the half there from Sharkey to get himself back in it. So the lads are going to go on a 20-minute break. We'll be back here in the 20 minutes at 4:45. back, everybody, to the second half of the big match for €32,000. George Tierney and Shaun Sharkey. Score currently 17-8, as you can see. George and Shaun took a frame apiece up into 2-2, and then George went on a rampage to 12-2. We were at 13-5 at one stage, and George took another spike of games, and Shaun took it back just before the break. So he's a good break here, and he's pot. One of the reds is down. He'll probably go for yellows, and they're nicely spaced out. A good start from the second half from Shaun, breaking dish. George to break here, frame number 27. Be hoping to steer that white away from the pockets. And another dry break. Normally the way it goes in these matches is one player breaks well, one player has bad time with it, and later on in the match it normally switches up. When you look across the whole match, you're nearly getting your average of what you deserved on the day. You know, the only time that you're losing that average is when you make a mistake, whether you don't hit a straight break. But there's no finish on here. without work to be done. Opting to pass there. He will. It's an open table here for George as well. A good shot, a good double. And he's looking at the other red to see if it will go past that yellow. Looks as if it will. So, top red is a problem ball, but it shouldn't be too hard because if he... Oh. Is he going to slice this first red? Oh, very well done. I was wondering what he was playing there. And they've opened up nicely, and if that red down the bottom of the table does go, it's in a beautiful position because he only has to leave the white where the red is for the black. Would have liked to have come an extra inch or two there. If he's to follow through, he's going to have to clip the yellow. Now, he tried to avoid clipping the yellow there to come off the cushion, to stay on the left side, possibly to pot into the right top corner, but he's on the wrong side of this red as well, so he's going to have to leave the top red last, or unless he is going to go. I can't see him going around the table here because no, so he's going to change it up. White didn't lie very nice for Sharkey. Would have liked a better white. Opting to cover the pocket, and he covered it cleverly because he's left them with a bit of a gap, so he can still pot his yellow when he wants. He must be confident that he can put that in because he wouldn't be trialing this. Oh, he's gone too far. Took that last red very well, and only need to be able to see the side of the black to put it away. $18-9 to George Tierney. It's a race of 25, so we need 7 more frames. Shaun to break. Back to using the cut break, where he'll try and land the white on the second ball from the top, aiming to pull the cue ball to the left cushion and back into the rack a second time. Much better break. Not a great lie on the white, but he'll be happy with it. Might stick with the reds here. I don't think he needs to look at that middle pocket. I would have. Missed that by a good bit. Good inch off the pocket there. Yeah, it looks as if the yellow up beside the black and the red will go through the middle of them. So last few pots simple. A good finish from George here. Taking the scores back up to double figures. It's 19-9 to George Tierney. It'll be his break. Croatia have just won the bronze medal. Hard luck to Monaco, or it's always good to see the top 3 teams of any sport staying at the top. Morocco, good team, but Croatia more deserving, I think, over the tournament. Anyway, back to the pool. George will break here. He'll check the rack again and hope for no in-offs. Had a dry break the last one, and 2 in-offs the 2 breaks before that, or possibly 3 in-offs. Big smash, yellow down, and they're all out nicely as well. Might try and take this red off the top cushion out after potting this left red. Good vision. Yeah, I would like to come as far down to this red as possible off the right rail. Oh, he might have hit that too much. Oh, he well overhit that. He'll go for the double into the black pocket. Probably try and weight the ball so that if he misses, it will block the black. Unlucky time to get a miscue. The red landed in a very nice spot though. Very well done. Just can't make any mistakes here. Might have liked another inch or two, but it's okay. It gives him just as much a chance to get over to the left side of the table with the white. might have. Oh, it'll go past. Oh my. Very unlucky stop. Right dead centre. He was going to come off the rail here now, but he needs to be very accurate. Mistake by Shaun to give George a chance there. And George isn't going to give that back. Needs to turn on the style now, Shaun. Choosing for red balls. Going around the table very quickly. Needs to settle. Oh, it's a brilliant shot. That turned out very nice. I think he wanted an extra couple of mil on that. He's on the wrong side of the red, and that could be a bother. He would have liked to take it up into the top corner, but now he's going to have to try and screw back 2 or 3 inches to give himself a cut into the middle. Gives himself a chance. Oh. It's down. That's a good shot. Good finish. Well done. So Shaun makes it to 10. Score, as you can see, 20-10. It's a race to 25. The boys are playing for €32,000. For those just tuning in, we're on Blackball rules, and this is a race to 25. Thank you very much for tuning in. We're here live on beardproductionspayperview.com, and the stream is being provided by RedDishTV, myself. Very big thank you to our sponsor, Just Missed, puffbars.com. Another dry break from George. Again, Shaun needs to take advantage of these because the dry breaks, he's still letting George back in for a second visit. So he needs to try and punish George and put pressure on. And out of the next 3 frames, he needs to at least be winning twice as many frames as George is. A nice cannon onto the red. He has options. Would like. Wanted to slice, I wanted to knock into the yellow on the left, and the yellow going into the right actually sliced off the red, meaning he didn't hit it as clean as he wanted. He's very close to this yellow. He can possibly pot it, but where the white ball goes is a mystery. Tied up his yellow. One double here could no, he'll get a double kiss off it. Good chance here now. That's a very good shot to get back over. Took it well, gives him a nice angle to hold for the black. Just come off the bottom cushion and let the ball up for a straight pot. Very well played by Shaun. Take that out. Gets himself onto the board again. 20-11 to George Tierney, and it'll be Shaun Sharkey to break. George got lucky with his last red, which actually made him develop the black, which allowed Shaun to finish, because otherwise Shaun would have had the problem with the black. Back in it to a certain extent. It's 2012 to George Tierney. Not much to trouble him here. Just doesn't want this white to run too far ahead of the yellow after potting into the left middle. We should be okay. Shaun's experience showing there that he would rather be straighter on this ball so he can be straighter on the last yellow, whereas as like myself and a lot of others probably would have gone the more easier route. who steps back, and it looks as if he's not fully happy at what he had done, but he will be able to screw this back into the red closest to the black. Oh, he took that nicely. He'll be happy with that. It's not perfect, but he's only annoyed because he wants to be perfect. He has two options. Very nice cut, very precise. Didn't actually think that he needed to hit it that thin, but from the angle I'm looking at here on the screen, it looked as if it was a lot easier. But from the thin cut that he hit there with the side on it, it must have been a lot thinner than we can see. A massive frame. Shaun's not giving up. He's on the hunt. It's 20-13 to George, the Sterling Hunter. He's been hitting nice breaks the last few breaks, so let's see. Choosing yellows, and they all look okay to me. Yellow in the middle of the table will go into the middle pocket. That could be too much. Yes, he's drifted on. He has that yellow I just said now will now go into the middle pocket, but he didn't want to be playing that now. He would have liked to play that after the yellow that's left of the cue ball on the other side of the red. But he has the options here because the table is so open for him. Just wants to minimize the mistakes. And now he's giving himself a great chance to bring this back to a 6-frame game. Another big frame, bringing it down to 6. And now the pressure is starting. Not having great breaks the second half of this game, George, but he does smash them. And if one ball goes down, that's all he needs to break and dish, and he can do it pretty quickly. But it's a matter of him controlling that white. He wants the white to come back down the table, in the centre of the table, and when it goes in, both of the or 2 or 3 of those in-offs have been coming straight up into the pockets without touching any ball. So it would seem that that's not what he wants to be doing. Watch the white; it'll come straight back up the middle of the table. That's a much better break from him because it nearly even gives him a second whack at them there. Happy that he potted. He gave a wee shout out afterwards. Choosing to take the yellows, and there doesn't seem to be any problems here bar the last 2 balls. The yellow down the rail, he'll be able to kick back and hit into the black, but it depends on what angle he gets on it. Didn't want that. There's no shot on. He can go up the table and hit the yellow on the top right, but there's a lot of traffic there, and he might have to go for it. There's one thing I noticed about George is that he will pick a good shot here. He won't just go. It's the right shot, but it's a tricky one. Yeah, he played it nicely, and he was unlucky to get the cannon, because if he didn't get the cannon, it would have been beautiful for the middle pocket. Now he's in trouble, and now there's a lot of pressure on, because he knows that if Sharkey wins this frame, it's down to five racks in the difference, and anything can be done from there. It's not nice for Shaun with that red so close to the black. He'd love to get that red out of there without touching the black or the yellow. That will mean that yellow is then covered up until George gets at it, meaning he can't finish. So unless he plays a shot and cannons to try and bring that yellow over to the far side of the table, over to the left side of the table. So he used that one to position himself nicely. He's going to go for a double here. So all he has to do is concentrate on the double. He's already decided to go for the double. He should know where the white goes, which he does. So he doesn't have to worry about the aftermath of the shot. Concentrate in the pot, and the rest should happen. Hit it nicely, but the red didn't land nice. He's got the black covered now, so he has a bit of a cushion here. But it didn't land the way he wanted it. He might just take this red out, play down the table, and try and get in behind that other red up the top of the table. Oh no, just go for it. lie he wanted. It's very close to the cushion, and just can't see when he's standing in front of me like this. He's on the right side. He can get up the table. He's okay. Played that very nicely, and look at the white. Look at the white. That's brilliant. Very nice shot from Shaun, and this really brings him back into the game now. We're down to 5. There's 5 racks in the difference now. Slow and consistent. Big frame that there from Shaun. Bring it back to 2015. Now the pressure was on. It's his break. How he would love a breaking dish here now to bring it back to 4. But anyway, it's 5 frames in the difference. Shaun to break. He's been breaking well the last 6 or 7 frames. Cup break again, into the pack twice, and pots 1 ball. A red down. And they're well spaced out here. He has a big chance now. Oh, didn't want to nudge that. It's a pity because everything else was perfect for it. He's going to have to use a bit of knowledge now to cannon into it some way. Wow, he got it off the cushion. He got it off by half an inch, and I think that's enough for it to drop. That was amazing. To be able to judge that. Just sliced the red and got enough just for it to move. And from my angle, it goes. Definitely goes. The hands came up, meaning that the ball must have either rolled off or yeah, he's putting his hand up in the air, stating that it rolled off. Very hard when the ball is that close to the cushion. Your cue is more or less straight. It's hard for you to get any angle. Good shot from George. For those unaware, he potted one of Shaun's up on the top right there in that shot. That's a skill shot. Once you pot your own ball, you're able to pot your opponent's ball, seen as a skill shot. It's not a shot that George was missing in the first half, and that's very, very unlucky, because with a long shot you need to be able to see the full of the ball to be able. He wanted even backspin on it, but he's going to have to get on with it. He's going to have to deal with it if he wants to win the game, or he's going to have to win every shot. So he did very well. The ball, it was an exact straight shot, so he couldn't even follow through. No way of putting any backspin on it due to being so close to the yellow. So he had to let it roll through, and hopefully George back on the table here now. Lowe was looking to cannon that yellow, but it's okay, it works out nice. He can take it down the rail, and if he's a wee bit offline, the second yellow up the top of the table will actually guide it in for him. He won't be looking to play that, but if it's a bad shot, it will come into play. The reason he doesn't want to play that is because it means that yellow will go up to the right and nestle in on the cushion, making the next shot even harder. So we'd like it to go in cleanly. Yeah, clean shot. No, thank you. Go on, I'll take one. Thanks. I'll hang on to that. No, I'll hang on. Thank you. Christmas, you gotta love the sweets. Big thank you to the hall here, having everything set up for me, letting me in early and everything to get ready. Went out of the way for me. Thank you very much, guys. And back to the game here. George needs us to keep travelling. Oh, it didn't travel enough. Oh, he got it. Just about. I could do it a rest myself.
How do you check like how many people watch it? How do you know how many people watch it?
George asking for a rest. This one to get him back in the go. He hasn't won a frame in a while now. He gets this one to bring it up to 21-15. Even though Shaun has a few frames in a row there now, before that, he'll still be disgusted that he didn't get that one. He was very annoyed when the ball rolled off in the middle pocket. And it was a brilliant shot before that for him to even take it off the cushion about a half an inch. Gave him the chance. But with that ball being so close to the rail, that meant that the cue had to be straight while he was cueing. And he says that it rolled off. Putting a slight bit of spin on the cue ball when your cue is straight can swerve the ball. But that frame's over. George took it. It's 21-15, and it's George Tierney to break. For those tuning in late, thank you very much for tuning in. We're here at the Fairview Snooker and Pool Club in Dublin. This is a race to 25. It's a money match for €32,000, and we're playing blackball rules. My name's Barry Keane. You're here with RedDishTV. Good split. One of each down. Yeah, still a bit of work to do down at the top, or up at the top left. So he's going to play the red in the centre, more centre, onto the yellow, onto the red. It's a very good shot. Came out a bit far. He has the middle pocket to cover himself. Completely missed that. I actually think that the ball slid. You could see a slide on the ball there. Not happy with the shot anyway, and that was the problem. Even if he had have gone down the table, I thought he was going to play off the back rail to come over to the right to hit the ball closest to the black, but and now Shaun has a massive chance, and that's a few mistakes from George. Unlucky. He still has control. He's a 6-frame lead. He only needs 4. It's up to Shaun to do the work, which he can. Shaun can do this. But it's up to the minimum mistakes. Happy to play safe. He's giving him a shot down the rail. It's not a full. You can slice it. It's not total. But in order to pot it, he's going to have to come off the rail first, and then it comes down to the judgment of how close. If anything, you only want to just nudge the red so that if you miss, it stays and blocks that yellow up in the top left. Yeah, I think he's looking to cannon this off the other yellow, and I just think that that's just too much work. So he leaves the table open here now for Shaun. Not much in the way. The one on the left or on the right side, it's hard to know from this angle. It drops. It does drop, but it's hard to know whether. So it must have been just a wee bit too tight. If he's looking down the rail, it must have been just a wee bit more than he would have wished. Just took that nice. I wanted to nudge that after coming off the rail, wanted to nudge the other yellow so he could keep the line on the white. He has a shot here on the nearest yellow to us, so he's going to have to go for it. And all he has to do is drop it because the cushion will take it out so he can go into the middle. He would rather the white ball end up on the right side of so he can come back for the black. But there is a few options. Yeah, took that nicely. Just needs to compose himself here. Black shouldn't be a problem. Wow. The grip is getting tighter. Shaun, he's clawing it back. He's coming up. He's coming up behind him. We have a score of 21-16 to George.
Yeah.
Chris McEnaugh hasn't a clue about football.
Chris McEnaugh plays the winner of this game.
Probably nearly rather that hanging the way it did. The next shot would have been rough. Because that yellow doesn't go in the middle. There's no problems here at all for George if he plays them right. He needs to hit this perfect though, because it is very tight. In fact, I think He might need to hit the rail or let it roll down, roll off the rail in. Oh, slice the black, just move the black slightly. There's the big pocket here. And that's rack ball, I think, because I don't think he's any more problems. He might have a bit of an issue getting to the black, but it'll only just take a bit of working out for him. That's why he's taking it now. He shook the head when he came over and looked at it. And that makes it a lot easier from now. Off the top cushion, top left. No, just hit it square. Another frame on the board for George to bring him closer to the 25. It's now 22-16. Big mountain to climb here now. George is a very hefty lead. 22-16. Race at 25. He only needs 3 frames. And Shaun needs 9 frames. So we will have to win 9-2. Or sorry, yeah, 9-2. Big rack for George. Potted off the last one. Missed the 4 breaks before that, and pots this time. Pots 2 reds. 2 of the reds are tied up, so we might go for the yellows. More space on the table for him. giving out to himself again, but as I said earlier, that could be a good thing because it keeps himself in tune. Black goes. Good shot, but these are the two important ones now. There's not much he can do after making contact. He can try and force it and pull it out. He's going to play this down in behind the black, and he'll probably play it at a soft pace so he can hold the white where the red is. Ew. So at the minute the black doesn't go, but when he looks as if he's lining up when he plays the yellow, he's going to try and play it off the red to tuck the red out. But he needs to get the white down that far to not have to worry about distance between the cue ball and the yellow. Tried to knock in to maybe get a skill shot or maybe open them all up, but if the yellow had a drop there, it would have been okay for skill shot rules, but it didn't work out for him. So it's a wonder now if he's looking to try and pop both of these balls at once, but it will be awkward to get the white over. Playing backspin will put forward spin on the red, which will then put a follow on if it hits the yellow, but it has to be perfect. The red ball hitting the yellow ball must be exactly straight so that the follow on will follow that red in after it. So a straight pot with backspin, but it has to be perfect, and that's why you would rather that white ball to be right up beside the red when you're playing skill shots, way more precise. So George will be happy that Shaun is taking his time, because he knows that it's frustrating to know he's in a bit of a bother here, and at the scoreline of 22-16, that puts an awful lot more pressure on top of that. He's looking at all angles to see if there's anything else that he can do, and I don't think there is. So unless he's going to try and leave the red closest to the yellow to prevent the finish, it's not going to do himself much good. So he might just have to... No, he's not playing the skill shot. Yeah, decided to play safe, but it's just going to be more of a bother for the next shot. I suppose it depends where George leaves the white, but George will be just as cute. He'll know not to leave the white anywhere near that area, because that just makes it an awful lot easier for Shaun to leave a snooker or a half ball even. So George wisely just goes for the finish. Shouldn't have a problem here as well. And George takes it out. Taking his score up to 23. It's now 23-16 to George Tierney. Shaun will be kicking himself there. He had a chance to win that frame. Red ball down. Wasn't happy when he took the break, he jumped right up. That was a long way off that. big shake of the head again. Wasn't happy with that shot, but he's fine. He can come off the bottom rail and just let it just come up an inch or two. Didn't need all that side to take it to the rail, but he's fine. But it's an unnecessary risk. Strokes it nice, and it's 24-16, and it's a massive mountain now to be climbed. Unfortunately for Shaun, it's a hard task. George to break, he's on the hill. Big thank you to our sponsors, Just Missed. For all your vape needs, check out puffbars.com. Big smash again. One yellow down. Like the reds, I'd say they're more in the center of the table, away from the cushions. So here we go. Six balls remain. Overran that a good few inches. He wanted to come on that red down into the bottom left, but five balls left. For a pot of €32,000. No problem balls here. Off the cushion into the center of the table. And just a tip-tap, two balls left for George Tierney to take the prize. It's not been a nice day for Shaun. Bit of trouble with his break in the first half, but George turned it around and George wins the match. He knows there, he's just after saying straight away, you'd know, look, yeah, and too right, it was the breaks that destroyed Shaun today. George, in all credit, he kept his cool, never changed his tempo. Seeing that he was over-hitting balls, and then in the second quarter changed it that he was over-hitting calls. I need to get it. I need an interview. Okay, guys, so we've got George here. Just take a step to the right. George, very well played. Started off like a steam train. We started off 2-2, and then you went out to 13-2.
13-2, yeah.
So massive, was that 11 frames in a row?
Yeah.
And then Shaun started to get back into the
Started to get back, me brakes
your brakes started
went
going,
dry
yeah, and he started getting his brakes
I
back.
missed a few balls.
So-
It's hard to keep going non-stop 4 to 25. I do have lapses of concentration. That's what happens to me all the time. But fair play to Shaun. He came back at me. You know what I mean? He gave me a bit of made me think when he came back. You know, when he came back to 21, say 16. It's, you know, I was only 5 in it then from.
And I can see that as well. You were going around the table at the same tempo at the start, and then at the end, you weren't letting anything get to you. You were staying in the same focus. Have you been trying to keep on that?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep myself focused, but it's very, very hard. No matter how hard I try, I just seem to have a lapse in concentration for a few frames. I do it all the time when I'm ahead. It's just the way it goes. But,
well, look, the scoreline is pretty hefty for you. Was it nine frames? Yeah. So it was a good win, a nice wee Christmas pot for you as well on top of that.
Yeah.
But have you anything else coming up now?
No, not till January. And I can't even remember who it is. I have a few matches in January and February.
You're heading over to rematch this guy from 2 weeks ago, is it?
Yeah, I have to rematch Pete Wright, but I'm not sure whether that's going ahead now or not. I have to play Kyle Cope. I'm playing him the 18th of February. I know we tried to change the date, but we're going to leave it at 18th of February, Kyle Cope. And we'll change the date for the Pete Wright match. And then I've Barry Lynn as well. I've Paddy Clark if he has a pair of balls that plays on a proper cloth. I will not play on that superfine rubbish because it's rubbish, and I will not play in it. It's too much of a disadvantage to play in it because it's crap. And if he doesn't want to play on proper cloth, I won't play.
Well, I suppose it should be a cloth that's played on a tour. Like if the tours are playing on a cloth, that's more or less what it should be played on, isn't it?
No, the tours play on superfine rubbish because they're sponsoring, it's tracking their sponsoring and giving backhanders to the lads, and that's why superfine's being used. I mean, most players will tell you it's rubbish. You know, that's the best cloth of all. The Hainsworth Max Silver is the best quality. It doesn't wear as much. It's so fast. It's just beautiful. That superfine slows down so much. It's too reactive. It's just a horrible cloth.
Just when you say there on the speed of the clock, coming to the early of the game, you were actually overhitting all of your balls, and then
well, see, I'd lost concentration. I wasn't.
No, well, in the early, and then you did switch it up, and you were actually under-hitting balls. So you could tell that you did switch up what you were doing, but was that because you weren't used to the cloth, or was that just because the day was a wee bit different?
Just a little bit. I suppose I was slightly nervous at the very, very start. Like I should have won the first frame. I threw it away. I missed the ball over the pocket. But then I snapped out of it quick and just started playing. Once I started playing, I mean, and his breaks were unfortunate for him going off and dry, and I was just getting in and mopping up everything. Every time I got to the table, I was cleaning up. So there's not a lot anyone can do against that, you know what I mean? So I do feel for him. He's a lovely fella, Shaun. I love him. You know, but he was a bit
and then coming into the end of the game there, Shaun was right up behind you. Like he got back up into the 4 frames. There was 4 frames the difference. Breaks changed, but then the last 6-7 frames you got your breaks back, you finished them out. Were you feeling good at coming to the second half of the game?
Of course I was, yeah. Probably too good. That's probably why I had a little bit of a lapse. But yeah, once I got out, I knew once I was that far ahead, it was near impossible for him to beat me. You know, even when he come back to that, like, I still saying to myself, I'm 5 frames in front. I'm not losing from here, you know.
Concentrate, keep your concentration.
Sure, even if it was 22 all, I'd still fancy myself against anybody because I always play really well at the end of a match. So, with being 5 frames in front, I did feel, Jesus, I hope this doesn't fucking happen, but I don't think it's.
And it's normally something extreme if it does happen. You know, it's not like it's a lapse of concentration doesn't come in the last 5 frames. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, look, good win.
Thanks very much, Barry.
2 or 3 good wins over it, no problem at all. Thank you very much for inviting us, and we look forward to your next match.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks, fans.
Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I'd like to thank Terry Rogers and the Fairview Snooker and Pool Club, all the staff here who have helped me out as well, and would like to also thank our sponsors, puffbar.com. Make sure you check them out if you're looking for any of your vape supplies, as they have everything on the website. Again, my name is Barry Keane. Thank you very much for tuning in to RedDishTV, and a big thank you to our providers, Beard Productions, ppv.com. And make sure you check us out for our next streams, guys. We'll keep you in post. Check us out on Facebook, Irish Pool Online, and you'll also check out our company page, RedDishTV, and you'll get all of our future streams will be posted up there. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, and have a wonderful Christmas. Good night.